All right, I'm going to call the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners Committee of the Whole July 5th, 2023 to order. First on the agenda is roll call. Clerk Kern.
Commissioner DeLu. Here. Commissioner Gisler.
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Here. Commissioner Mazer.
Here.
Commissioner Morales. Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs.
Here.
Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
You have 8 present.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners. Please keep in mind you have up to 3 minutes and provide us with your name and address.
Very much. From Schoolcraft, I'm speaking to the issue of the YWCA's request for $100,000. My information comes today from Live Action website and from journalist Jennifer Bilek for The Federalist. Planned Parenthood receives 1.8 million from taxpayers daily. This past year, Planned Parenthood reported excess revenue over expenses at $204.7 million. According to an article in 2018 in The Federalist, global spending on LGBT issues was $424 million. The Pritzkers, George Soros, Tim Gill, Drummond Pike, Warren Buffett, Mark Bonham, and others are getting richer at the expense of confused and disheartened young people as they fund the transgender movement. Pharma and big tech are all in for transgender. Surgeries and lifetime drug regimens engender big bucks. To name a few, Pfizer, Abbott Labs, Bristol Myers Squibb, those are the pharmacies. And big tech, we have Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Intel, Dell, and IBM. They are funding the transgender project. Activist teachers are deliberately recruiting children in the classroom as the gender religion takes hold in society. As this juggernaut rolls forth, there will be more young and confused victims. The taxpayers of Kalamazoo County do not want to contribute to Planned Parenthood and the transgender medical and lifestyle market, which billionaires and big tech are already funding. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any other citizens wishing to address the board? Administrator Catlin, will you advise us if any pre-recorded lines?
Yes, we have one pre-recorded call, Chair, and Dina will play that shortly.
Please play this message at both the 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. meetings of the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners on Wednesday, July 5. The YWCA Reproductive Health Fund is asking the county to allocate $100,000 to them so that they can increase access to abortion, artificial contraception, gender-affirming care, and doula care. I do not want my tax dollars spent that way for 3 reasons. First, an embryo is a distinct human being. He or she is not just part of the mother's body like a finger or toe. Each embryo has its own unique genetic code and meets all 8 of the criteria in medical textbooks for being considered a living being. We're not talking about a cat, dog, insect, tree, or flower. We're talking about a human being with infinite worth and dignity. Abortion kills that child. Don't pay money to deprive him or her of life. Secondly, I'm against artificial contraception for religious reasons. Besides, that service is already available through the Kalamazoo County Department of Health Family Planning Program funded by Title $10. There's no need to spend more money to duplicate those services. Thirdly, the desire for gender-affirming care stems from feelings and denies biological reality. Every person's feelings are important, but so is biological reality. Even if a person receives lifelong cross-sex hormone treatments, part of their outward appearance may change, but each cell of their body still has the chromosomal makeup with which they were born. Each cell still has 2 X chromosomes if they were born female, or 1 X chromosome and 1 Y chromosome if they were born male. That never changes, not even with sex reassignment surgery. Furthermore, taking puberty blockers during adolescence keeps a person's sex organs from developing. Combining that with cross-sex hormone treatments can result in permanent infertility. If a trans person wants to detransition at some point in the future, my understanding is that there is no clearly defined medically proven protocol for doing so. I do not want my tax dollars to fund such medical experiments. Please do not give any money to the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. No hands are raised. Okay, thank you. That picks us up into presentation of the senior needs assessment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good to see all of you again. My name is Don Saldi with the Kalamazoo County, of course, Area Agency on Aging, Division of Health and Community Services. Of course, Commissioner Gisler and Major as well. So it's good to see you here under this setting. So excited to talk to you all about some updates regarding our annual implementation plan from the federal level, as well as some information regarding our current senior needs assessment that we complete every 3 years. So Dina, really thank you for controlling the presentation here. We'll go ahead and move on right into it. So the Area Agency on Aging is a federally funded program, and we see that through these our state and federal bodies. The ACL on the federal level, our state body is Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, the Bureau of Aging, Community Living and Supports, or ACLS for short. And of course, we are housed locally here in Kalamazoo County under Kalamazoo County government. If you notice here on the map, you'll see that there is an Area Agency on Aging in every defined region or every defined county here in the great state of Michigan. And of course, 3A, that's us, we are located here in Kalamazoo County. The ultimate goal, of course, is to improving and maintaining quality of life and making sure that older adults are able to age as independently as possible, living in their own home. It's an ultimate goal that I'm sure that we all share. One of the big reasons why I'm here in front of you today is for, of course, that presentation of the state annual implementation plan. This is a requirement on the state and federal level that we present, hey, this is what's happening. This is our goal for the next year. This is how it fits between our multi-year plan. And this is basically my permission form on the state and federal side to receive our grant funding from the Older Americans Act. So most area agencies on aging are funded with the OAA dollars. So here, this slide is an overview of our multi-year plan, as well as our current and what we'll be moving into our second year of the multi-year plan. Each AAA in the state, we release one multi-year plan that covers 3 years of funding, 3 years of services, arguably 3 years of goals as well. We are currently in year 1, so we received that approval last year, which goes from our fiscal years, October through September. And we'll be moving into our year 2 this October 2023, moving into September of 2024 for our second year of funding with Older Americans Act dollars. Each of those 3 years, we do have a focus on these different themes. Year one, we were foundation building, especially coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. We were working very closely, of course, with local Kalamazoo County government policies, procedures, as well as on the state level with ACLS to ensure that we had those foundations to implement the services we needed to provide, especially in this post-pandemic world that we are in. We'll be moving into year two, a focus on services. So all of the services that we will be implementing, we want to make sure that they are effective, appropriate, and available, of course, to Kalamazoo County older adults. And throughout those 3 years, of course, those themes will continue. We're always going to be inventive. We're always going to be looking at our foundation, but we'll also have our developmental goals. And so we outlined this on the state level. With our DEI outreach, a lot of goals are outlined within that plan. So here we're going to start dipping into our senior needs assessment, and I'll be doing a much more detailed presentation on this at our Older Adult Advisory Council meeting next Wednesday, so I invite you all to come. But this is a sample of what type of data we were able to collect, a lot of population-related information. With our senior needs assessment, we've identified that currently we have about 58,000 older adults that are at the age of 60 and above. How does this compare over the next couple of years? By 2029, we're estimating about 23% of Kalamazoo County residents will be at the age of 60 or older. How this compares to national data is actually quite alarming. On the national level, we are anticipating by 2060, 1 in 4 Americans will be at the age of 60 or higher. So by 2029, a stone's throw away, nearly all of our Kalamazoo County residents will be meeting that benchmark of 1 in 4. So really showing the need of those services. So with that senior needs assessment, there were really 2 big projects. The first one was collecting information from stakeholder meetings and community meetings to invite members of the public. These were those needs that were identified from those focus groups and from those discussions with stakeholders. Outreach, housing, community connectedness, transportation, and of course, addressing the direct care worker shortage. So as this relates to our multi-year plan, we'll be addressing all of these by implementing services. The next one, we also released a community-wide survey for individuals to take. This was available for individuals over the age of 60, as well as professionals who care for them and caregivers as well. So this one actually lists out the top 10 needs of that survey. That first one is dental care, of course, access to nutritional food, homemaking, corrective lenses, kind of going down that list, all the way even under medical and legal services. There's a check mark there because we are able to address all of those with the services provided by the Area Agency on Aging. And mix that in with, of course, that need for outreach. It's going to be a very great time ahead of us to make sure that the community is aware that these services are available for them in each and every township. This breaks down in a very simplified format, to summarize the sheets in front of you, how our federal and state funds from the Older Americans Act is separated. On the state and federal level, a nice simple way to define this is under purchased, contracted, and direct services. Purchased are for services specifically for care managed clients. So these are individuals that are at risk for nursing home placement. They are right at that door. Contracted services are services that are contracted out to community entities through the county RFP or RFQ process. And lastly, direct services. These are foundational services that we have to provide as an area agency on aging. And so with our total federal budget, we're looking at about 2.5 million divided up into these 3 categories and with some additional details there under each of those columns on what those services actually look like. So kind of to bring this all back together in terms of the annual cost of care, this data was completed to estimate and actually provide the annual cost of care for high needs individuals. I'd like to focus your attention over to that nursing home facility column that's yellow. That arguably is, an individual who has progressed enough that they need actual nursing home care. That costs up to $118,000 per year to live in a nursing home facility. Of course, that's primarily funded by Medicare and Medicaid, so taxpayer dollars. So when you look at the value of Older Americans Act dollars, and we'll go back, Dina, one more slide. There we go. On average, your highest needs individual accessing Area Agency on Aging services could spend anywhere from $48,000 to $6,000 worth of grant funding. You compare that to nursing home stays, and if we're able to keep an individual out of a nursing home, if we're able to do that for the 10% of nursing home beds here in Kalamazoo County, we're saving taxpayers $8.5 million a year, and we're keeping an older adult aging and being part of the Kalamazoo community. So the financial benefits is absolutely here, as well as the quality of life. Moving on, so as this presentation is part of our state process, this is where we're at right now. We request feedback from the community. Earlier, actually a few weeks ago, a few of you joined us for our presentation over at Ecumenical Senior Center. And we're also reaching out to local township leadership and as well as local governments, which is why I'm here before you today. This plan is approved on the state level by the State Commission on Aging. And we are currently scheduled to present and, of course, seek approval for our federal funds on that date. And so, of course, to be respectful for time, I would like to, of course, open it up here to see if there are any questions about any of our services.
Commissioner Krebs.
Thank you so much, and thank
Yes.
you for your presentation. I think that last time you were here, we spent a little
Yes.
time talking about that direct care worker shortage.
Absolutely.
And I see we still have this targeted, it's in the short-term plan.
Yes.
But what I see in the solutions, and this was probably what you presented
Yes.
last time, because we're not going to change the plan until next year, were outreach events and hazard pay.
Yes.
And just as an advocate, a longtime supervisor of people in that direct worker space,
Yes.
the wage is the issue that's oppressing the number of those
Absolutely.
workers. So I see hazard pay is one way that you've
Yes.
addressed that. Those are related to COVID funds that were
Correct.
made available. What's the long-term plan
Sure.
to elevate the wage?
Absolutely. So this actually goes back to the state AAAs, all of us together. So the directors are meeting frequently, and we also have a association that also helps advocate for these needs as well on the state level. From what we are seeing is that on the state level, it is looking like we are working for a long-term solution with the state funding that this is going to be continued to be funded outside of American Rescue Plan or COVID-related dollars. So on the state level, they are pushing for this to be long-term, which is absolutely needed.
So
Yes.
that hazard pay, what does it
Mhm.
bring the average hourly wage?
It brings it to about $2 an increase. And right now they're looking to increase that. On the state level, it looks like now this is where the debate is at. How much do we increase it by? So that's kind of where it's standing right now. And we're also looking at possibly utilizing local funds to help supplement that as well. We have a local senior millage and presented on some of that information back in December, how we could even mirror that to expand that direct care worker hazard pay to, again, hopefully increase that number and maintain the number of direct care workers here in the field.
So, and thank you. I
Yeah.
just want to elevate to my colleagues. We talk about a number of issues where we're talking about senior services or intervention with gun violence, talk about mental health supports that are
Yes.
needed, senior services. Those programs are run by direct care workers.
Yeah.
Those workers have been receiving a poverty wage for decades. They've been underfunded consistently. I believe I heard from state representatives, a $1 increase in that wage is at least $50 million locally or across the state in order to enact just a $1 raise. The wage increases that we're talking about here, I believe now has just brought these critical staff people above $15 an hour.
Yes.
And that's still not a livable wage. You know, my son makes that, he can't afford an apartment in Kalamazoo. So whatever we can all do to advocate, to support our workers, if they need
Absolutely.
funding and pay, and that keeps people out of nursing homes, out of institutionalization, out of violence, out of a number of things.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. Don, nice short presentation. I know you could have gone on forever, but
You know
thank
me
for-
well.
Thank you for keeping it brief. I have two questions,
Yes.
and I'll ask you the first one that, to my mind, I sat with OSAC for, years and then didn't for a couple of years. Now I'm back trying to bird dog Wendy. How come there's 3A, 3B, and 3C?
Oh, absolutely.
Nobody else has that, are we special?
We are always special, yes. So we do see these in specific regions. Detroit also is split up between like a 1A, 1B, and a
Oh,
1C.
do they? I
Yep.
couldn't read that small.
Oh,
guess.
no, I know.
I need
there-
new glasses. What can I say?
No worries. And so, yeah, and really the idea behind that component is each and every area agency on aging needs to be specialized for their specific township or not township, I'm sorry, county or counties that they serve. And so, yes, at one point, all three region threes were together, but then of course, as that morphed with the progression of, the needs of the area, we found that of course, having individual regions, 3A, 3B, and 3C, found that we're able to focus our needs and focus, of course, our data to make sure that the services we are providing are applicable to the community. So that's kind of why you see different area agencies across the state, and some of them are split up into a 1A, 1B, 1C, or a 3A, 3B, or a 3C.
That's a good explanation.
Sure.
I'm sorry I missed that.
No, no worries.
Southeast Michigan was in the same place, but I did think we were really special. Thank
Oh,
you.
we still are. No
If
worries.
you'll bear with me, John. One question, and this is another question that's more relevant, I think, to what we're talking about here. You had a chart that showed the coloration of the
Yes.
townships based on, I guess one was high density,
Correct.
another was high density poverty. Oh, that high density age 60 and over, poverty and lives alone. Could you do that same thing, only put in the numbers that we're
Oh,
talking
sure.
about?
Absolutely. So I can give some ranges right now. So there's a lot of data from that needs assessment, and I should have mentioned the needs assessment will be available next week at OSAC, and I'm hoping that by the end of this week, it's available on the Area Agency on Aging website. So for the ranges, and Dina, if you're able to go back to that slide, I'll be glad to kind of look over that real quick. For the density, the higher number, so the darker the red, these are kind of still estimates based on US Census Data Bureau, Bureau data. About 3,000 individuals would fit into that category. So if you have that in front of you, the high density 60 plus, that really dark red number, we're estimating about 3,200 individuals are over the age of 60 in that defined area. So the data is a little bit different for each of those graphs. For high poverty, the darker the blue indicates about an estimated 1,400 individuals in that specific area as well. And then when you go over to lives alone, the darker red color, estimating about 2,500 individuals within that area or within that defined color. So it's a really interesting graph, and reason why I included those three is it also helps us map where that service utilization is. We're noticing those are the three biggest factors for individuals accessing assistance. There's a lot of seniors in an area, they're in poverty, and they live alone. And so we're noticing those are some pretty consistent trends of individuals accessing services.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
is that going to be in the assessment when it hits your
Yes,
website?
oh yes, and I'm hoping that it'll be available again on the next couple hours, if not by Friday, that you'll be able to go online and really dive in deep with all of that data. And again, welcome all of you to come to our Older Adult Advisory Commission meeting next week.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Any other questions? I have a really brief question.
Sure.
The in-home care, the community assisted living and the nursing home facility
Yeah.
slide that you had, the costs for each one associated.
Yes.
Do you have numbers of how many residents or what percentage of the county over 60 plus are in each category?
Gotcha. So not for each category. Most likely I can get some pretty consistent information for our nursing home. And so I could probably define like how many of those beds are currently filled. We'll have to go through our long-term care ombudsman program. The only thing, I'm not sure if that's protected data or not. And so just depending on how we could present that. We can get some pretty close estimates for those numbers. But yeah, that study really shows, again, average cost, and we can certainly try to start compiling, how many beds are available for those services outside of the nursing home beds.
Absolutely. It seems
Yeah.
like it would be a great metric to
Absolutely.
sort of,
Absolutely.
gauge the inventiveness of the programs. As you
Oh,
described
absolutely.
earlier.
Absolutely.
But thank you for the good work. Oh, the other question I had,
Yeah.
do you work, how affiliated or how closely do you work with the senior centers, the South County or the Portage Senior
Oh,
Center?
Very close, very close. So one thing that we also found is that, and this is part of our annual implementation plan, is that our services, they're great, they're meaningful. But what we found is, outreach, developing those partners are so important. It's people could be willing to work with county government, but they might be more willing to work with, right, some of our community organizations that they've worked with for many years. So really what we're trying to do is empower them with all these organizations with information that says, hey, if you encounter an individual who's over 60 living alone in poverty, there is a wealth of services here. And so we've started doing that now by actually sending Area Agency on Aging staff to have on-site office hours to develop those relationships with the organization, but most importantly, the people who access said organization. And so we are growing that outreach component within our program.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Any other, Commissioner Gissler?
Thank you, Chair. That just reminded me of a situation with the Metro County Connect buses, vans that run around outside of the bus area, the bus lines. And it's similar. We had this discussion at an OSAC not long ago.
Yeah.
That it's a case of many people just don't know what that is. They figure, oh, well, it's for handicapped people and really old folks. No, it's for anybody. There's a sliding scale depending on how young you are and how fit you are and that sort of thing. But it still can be used by anybody in the county, but most county people don't know that. And a lot of these services that Don represents, same thing, you tell somebody, you could have done this that way. It's like, no kidding. It's a case of we need to do a better job of communicating to our citizenry what can be done with services, because they're out there. We just don't know about it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
Thank you
your
for the
input.
opportunity. Yes, appreciate it.
All right, next on the agenda, we have implement payroll and payroll disbursements. Ryan.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. I'm Ryan Post, your Finance Director. And accounts payable claims list totaling $6,874,261.26, is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $5,327,472.85. Payroll disbursements totaling $2,408,237.89 are presented for the June 23rd payroll.
Questions from commissioners? Oh, Commissioner Hepler.
There we go. Thank you. On page 28, on our claims list, as well as our the bills, there's one for Blue Cross Blue Shield for $209,547.82 that was in parentheses. Is that some kind of refund or something, or was that a straight up cost?
That would be the credit that we received. I believe that's an annual credit, Mr. Administrator, if that is correct.
I will need to research that and get back to you, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. I should have it to you by Administrator's report.
No problem. I'm sorry, the holiday and stuff didn't allow me to call you sooner, so
That's
my
okay.
apologies. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, next we have business priorities. Administrator Controller Catlin.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience. Tonight, I just have a quick update on the budget. So we have scheduled a budget retreat for July 25th, and that'll begin at 4 p.m. We have the same facilitator that we used last year, Ashley Kletke, who will kind of walk us through establishing some priorities for the 2024 budget. During that budget retreat, we should have prepared a list of all of the new funding requests from all departments and elected offices. We also should have sort of a true up of the budget from January through current, and then also some sort of a status on the surplus that we're projecting for the 2024 budget. So we're working on that as well as the capital improvement plan, and hope to have that to you hopefully right before that budget retreat, so we can have information to you all to make informed decisions, and we should be able to answer questions. And I think at this time, I also wanted to announce that because we'll have all the new funding requests to you, that we decided to forego the departmental presentations, budget presentations that we had done last year and probably prior years as well. However, since you'll have all the new funding requests, if there are any questions that you may have for a particular department, please give those to us, and then we can have through the months of August, September, October, departments be able to answer those during a committee of the whole meeting. And happy to answer any questions if there are any at this time about the budget.
Commissioner Krebs.
Thank you, Chair. Administrator, I just have a question around the capital improvement planning process. So we had a sort of a couple of adjustments to the last couple of budget cycles, but last time through, there was sort of an internal committee driven by a number of sort of rotating department heads and a selection membership from the Board of Commissioners. And I'm wondering, is that the similar approach that's going to be utilized this time as well?
Yes, Commissioner Streb. So that committee was established, and on the committee from the Board of Commissioners representing were Chair Taylor and Vice Chair Ray at this time. And then we had an elected official, which was Jason Wiersma, and then the Drain Commissioner, and then we had some department heads on there as well.
Commissioner Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. That is going to be at the Expo Center, and you will need to use Homestead Road to get there, just so everybody's aware. They're doing a little construction on Lake Street. You can get through, but they got big tractors and big toys out there that might run over you.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. Kevin, we've had a couple of retreats at the Expo Center. The first one, we were in one of the big rooms and there was no PA system, and it was really bad. I wasn't the only one that couldn't understand at least half of what was said. Second time round, we had a system in place, I think in the same room, and it made all the difference in the world. We're still kind of a month out, not quite that far, but could you make sure that, we do have some way of hearing what's going on, because it's really important. Thank you.
Any other questions? I probably have a question, and maybe it's probably for Ryan. At our last meeting, we got a report of different expenditures by department, and can we get that the 6 months before? That way, that'll help us. That'll just be 2023 numbers, but it'll give us trends as we go forward. Any other commissioner comments? Okay, any other items? The chair knows of none. Any other items from commissioners? Closed session. Who wants to read it? I think we all have it in our folder here. Commissioner Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the board go into closed session as permitted by the Michigan Open Meetings Act for the following reasons. Sorry, can't see it. As permitted by MCL 15.268, parentheses 1, parentheses H, to discuss materials exempt from discussion or disclosure by state and federal statute, specifically the written legal opinion of the corporate counsel dated June 29th, 2023, and MCL 15.268, 1 D, to consider the purchase or lease of real property up to the time of the opinion to be purchased or leased that the real property is obtained.
There's a motion and support. Clerk Kern, will you please take roll?
Commissioner DeLude,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales, Vice Chair Ray, Commissioner Stretz,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
9 yes.
Chair will entertain a motion to come out of closed session.
I make that motion.
A motion to come out of closed session and support. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion carries. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of closed session.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion minutes carry. Right, I'm going to call the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners, July 5th, 2023 regular meeting to order. First on our agenda is the invocation reflection by Commissioner Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. If you'd bow our heads and appreciate the reflection. Heavenly Father, thank you for the many blessings that you bestowed upon us. We just celebrated our Independence Day yesterday. A great country that has come a long way, providing hope for many people of all races, creeds, and colors. We have a ways to go, but please look over us and guide us with your blessings. Give us strength to do what's right for our fellow citizens, our community, and our families. In your name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to
Okay, next roll call. Clerk Curran, will you please take roll?
Commissioner DeLu,
Here.
Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
here.
Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales, Vice Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Here.
Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Here.
9 present.
Thank you. Next, proclamations. The chair knows of none. Communications. Commissioner DeLu, will you take us through our communications?
Agenda. Yes, we have a Mackinac County resolution opposing legislative proposals on establishing a statewide septic code. The Delta County resolution opposing proposed changes to the statewide septic code. Delta County resolution reaffirming itself as a Second Amendment sanctuary county. St. Joseph County resolution opposing any legislation restricting the right to keep and bear arms. The Eldred County resolution affirming support of all constitutional rights and to adequately fund mental health services. An Eldred County resolution in support of the revised school code. Eldred County resolution opposing legislation preempting local control with House Bills 4526 and 4528. In the Elkana County resolution in support of the revised school code, House Bill 4672.
Thank you. The chair would entertain a motion. Well, but we have an amendment to the minutes. Page 25 and number 9 on the roll call. We have Commissioner Mazer was absent. The chair will entertain a motion to approve those minutes with those changes.
So moved.
There is a motion and support to approve the minutes with those changes. Clerk, would you please take roll?
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Yes. Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
9 yes.
Motion passes. Next up is the approval of the agenda. The chair would make a motion or entertain a motion to approve the agenda, eliminating the last item Z on our agenda, the lobbying of the Secretary of State's budget, seeing as how that already passed.
So move, Morales. Support.
There's been a motion and support. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Next, we have public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us your name and address, and you have up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sarah Stoll. I am a resident of Kalamazoo County. I do want to make it clear that I am speaking as a private citizen tonight. and I would like to address you all about the opioid settlement money. According to the article I read today in Now Kalamazoo, the opioid settlement money is to focus on drug treatment and prevention. What kind of drug treatment and prevention does the Kalamazoo County Jail provide? Our jails are punitive, not preventative. How does a full body scanner aid drug treatment and prevention? And exactly how does screening suspects for drugs help? And how is this going to be done? This money would be better off given to nonprofits in this community who are actually doing treatment and recovery work. Some examples of those nonprofits are Hofer Navigation, Recovery Institute, the Jim Gilmore and Elizabeth Upjohn Healing Centers, and other sober living facilities here in Kalamazoo County. I would even say that putting this money towards a true housing first model would help stabilize people enough to be able to work on their recovery. I hope that the Kalamazoo County Commission will deny these requests as they do not promote drug treatment and recovery. I thought Kalamazoo was going in a better direction to decriminalize, but with these park rules, cameras, and increase in nuisance tickets, this leads me to believe that we are going backwards. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Leatrice Fullerton. My address is 2832 Crestview Avenue, Kalamazoo, Michigan, 49006. And I am here as well to discuss or leave public comment related to the opioid settlement. And just want to encourage the commission as a whole to look into alternative ways of making an even bigger impact with the funds, like the nonprofits that Sarah mentioned, or even looking into preventative things in the school. So maybe some sort of partnership in order to prevent and treat instead of criminalizing, because as we all know, people with disabilities are highly represented when we look at the rates of mass incarceration. And that's also the case for individuals from other marginalized groups and socioeconomic backgrounds. So in order to make a true impact with this settlement, I'm going to encourage you all to look at non-traditional ways, non-punitive forms of investing those dollars into the community so it can be just as good as we all say it's going to be one of these days. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Max Hornick. I live at 2102 Northwest Nedge Avenue in Kalamazoo Township. I'm also here to speak up. I'm also dismayed to hear that, this opioid settlement, which is obviously made because people were, exploited and misinformed about these drugs that were prescribed heavily. The funds, the settlement is supposed to go to helping people who were impacted by the opioid crisis, not to criminalizing and not to, jails. So I agree that, using these funds to go towards treatment, prevention, and supports, and even like Sarah mentioned, moving toward a housing first model, because having stable housing is a critical keystone to being even able to move towards recovery, knowing all of the withdrawal symptoms that people go through, I think would be a much, much better investment of this opioid settlement funding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Taylor,
Vice Chair Ray, County Commissioners and Administration. I am State Representative Julie Rogers. I serve House District 41. My address is 3428 Marlene Avenue. I have two things I wanted to mention. My office did send your administration a summary update, but there are a lot of great things in the state budget that we just passed, including revenue sharing. I will always be looking out for local cities, townships, counties, and villages. And once a county commissioner, always a county commissioner. So I'm thrilled that we have some revenue sharing coming your way in the 2024 budget. Also, I wanted to thank many who have come before me, many of you all who have partnered together with Senator McCann and I in the 131/131 business loop interchange. And I'm delighted to report that we did get a $20 million earmark in the state budget for that interchange. So more to come on that, but I wanted to mention those two highlights in the budget. I also wanted to just quickly speak up in terms of the opioid dollars. I was on the County Board of Commission and was on a subcommittee that decided to enter into the class action lawsuit back in 2018 and into 2019. In 2019, January of 2019, we declared opioids as a public nuisance in Kalamazoo County. And as the former chair, I recommended that the lion's share, if we ever saw any dollars, that the lion's share should go for three major buckets, and that would be prevention, treatment, and harm reduction. So as you have many decisions before you, it sounds like tonight is just one of many in future potential settlements. I encourage you to consider those three buckets in addition to other things that are asked of you. I also wanted to point out that just recently, the 2023 annual report on the Michigan Opioid Advisory Commission was released, and we can send a link over to you, but it has a lot of really good information. A lot of work has been done in that commission. It's a statewide commission, and our local representative on that commission is Brad Casemore. It has just a couple of details I wanted to mention. Behavioral health spending. There's a county vulnerability index, so you can drill down county by county and see how we compare to other counties with our overdose data. And there's actually a lot of dashboards and data that you can kind of track over time. DHHS did rank Kalamazoo County in the 25th to 50th percentile. We can probably ask for a more specific, but it was broken out into quarterly, and that was the number that I just happened to jot down to share with you. In terms of recommendations and overall spending, they highly recommended using dollars and spending dollars to save lives in those three buckets that I mentioned, as well as using an evidence-based guide to your spending approach, including increased community engagement. The last thing I'll mention is developing a fair and transparent practice for how you decide to spend your dollars. And I applaud you for having this open meeting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. And for getting us $20 million, you can go over the 3 minutes if you want.
Good evening. I'm Joanna Johnson, Managing Director of the Road Commission of Kalamazoo County. I just wanted to make mention that presently we have a Safe Streets for All Users survey that is out throughout the county, and citizens and/or commissioners, the public in general. We appreciate any feedback in noting any areas of concern along our county network, both in an actual survey, and you also have the ability to map those locations. You can find that survey right on our homepage, and I just wanted to make mention of that as you are out in the community, and maybe those that are watching online as well would consider doing that survey. And it goes until July 15th. So appreciate if anybody needs any further information on that, just let me know, but wanted to share that the survey is currently out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members wishing to address the board? Administrator Catlin, would you advise on pre-recorded calls?
Yes, Chair, we have 2 pre-recorded calls that Dina will play shortly.
This message at both the 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. meetings of the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners on Wednesday, July 5. The YWCA Reproductive Health Fund is asking the county to allocate $100,000 to them so that they can increase access to abortion, artificial contraception, gender affirming care, and doula care. I do not want my tax dollars spent that way for 3 reasons. First, an embryo is a distinct human being. He or she is not just part of the mother's body like a finger or toe. Each embryo has its own unique genetic code and meets all 8 of the criteria in medical textbooks for being considered a living being. We're not talking about a cat, dog, insect, tree, or flower. We're talking about a human being with infinite worth and dignity. Abortion kills that child. Don't pay money to deprive him or her of life. Secondly, I'm against artificial contraception for religious reasons. Besides, that service is already available through the Kalamazoo County Department of Health Family Planning Program funded by Title $10. There's no need to spend more money to duplicate those services. Thirdly, the desire for gender-affirming care stems from feelings and denies biological reality. Every person's feelings are important, but so is biological reality. Even if a person receives lifelong cross-sex hormone treatments, part of their outward appearance may change, but each cell of their body still has the chromosomal makeup with which they were born. Each cell still has 2 X chromosomes if they were born female, or 1 X chromosome and 1 Y chromosome if they were born male. That never changes, not even with sex reassignment surgery. Furthermore, taking puberty blockers during adolescence keeps a person's sex organs from developing. Combining that with cross-sex hormone treatments can result in permanent infertility. If a trans person wants to detransition at some point in the future, my understanding is that there is no clearly defined medically proven protocol for doing so. I do not want my tax dollars to fund such medical experiments. Please do not give any money to the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund. Thank you.
Yes, this is Florence Nelson calling. I am a taxpayer in the county of Kalamazoo, and I am calling to voice my extreme opposition regarding the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund request for $100,000 of taxpayer money to fund abortions and gender care. This is outrageous. I do not want my tax dollars paying for either one of those procedures. And I would hope that the Kalamazoo Board of Commissioners will take this into consideration and will not allow this renewal of the funds to the YMCA to take place. I thank you for your consideration.
Administrator Catlin, are there any hands raised?
Thank you, Chair. No hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. That takes us into transfers and disbursements. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the transfers and disbursements from our packet. It's moved by Vice Chair Ray, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Clerk Kern, will you please take roll?
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray, Commissioner Stretz,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
9 yes.
And I did that one separate. I probably could have put it in consent agenda, but I wanted Commissioner Gisler to read a little bit less stuff. So if you want to take us through consent agenda, yes. That would, Angelina, I think it's chair's prerogative, correct? Okay. Cool. Is there something you would like to remove?
Yeah, so I just want to elevate some dialogue with the community concerns on item 2023-6413, the opioid settlement funding allocations. If we could bring those out for discussion, please. Okay, thank you.
Can you read, Commissioner Gissler, the consent agenda minus the opioid dollar allocations?
Which one?
Yeah, the last one under sheriff, we'll take that up during next unfinished business.
Thank you. It's a good thing you got Dale watching me. Here's our consent agenda for this evening under Board of Commissioners. Item 2023-6356, request for approval of an ARPA advance payment request from Black Wall Street, Kalamazoo in the amount of $250,000, contingent upon approval of a fully executed grant agreement. Next, item 2023-6400, request an approval of an ARPA advance payment request from Playground L3C in the amount of $35,322. Item 2023-6371, request for approval to waive first right of refusal claim for foreclosed properties in Kalamazoo County. Item 2023-6376, request from the City of Kalamazoo for approval of the amended declaration and notice relating to improvements to Bronson Park. 2023-6395, request for approval of a stipend for performing extra audit / investment duties. That, I guess I'll read the next sentence too, that the board approve a stipend to Housing Director Mary Balkema in the amount of $10,000, who has performed audit / investment tax in the Treasurer's Office since March of 2023. Item 2023-6397, request for approval to appoint Matthew Bracy and Frank Rinaldi to the Board of Public Works. 2023-6398, request for the approval to appoint Tony Lorenz to the Construction Project Advisory Committee. 2023-6399, request for approval to appoint Julia Stolsky to the Fair Council. Under Finance, 2023-6367, request for approval of various budget adjustments, transfers, position elimination, and creations, housekeeping, for the Office of Community Corrections. Item 2023-6382, request for approval of financial policy disbursements policy. Under Health and Community Services, 2023-6297, request for approval and signature of the Area Agency on Aging's Region 3A's 2023 through 2025 multi-year plan, fiscal year 2024 annual implementation plan. Under the Sheriff, 2023-6363, request for approval of and signature on extension of the administrative services contract with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan for Kalamazoo County Jail inmates. Item 2023-6365, request for approval of position eliminations and creations. I move that this consent agenda be voted on at one time by a roll call vote and considered a single agenda item. Thank you.
There is a motion and support. Clerk Curran, will you please take roll?
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
Commissioner Gissler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
9 yes.
All right, that takes us into unfinished business and general orders. The item Z, or I don't know what number it is, has been removed. And Commissioner Strebs, would you like to make the original motion from the sheriff?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I move item 2023-6413, request for approval of opioid settlement funding allocation to support 3 internal requests.
There is a motion and support and now discussion. Now Commissioner Streps.
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to elevate, hearing from our state representative and community members, around concerns of this additional allocation, and maybe as well, Deputy Administrator Warner maybe can share additional information if needed. But the allocations before us, we're looking at some funding to begin a community needs assessment so that we really get that sort of robust community engagement to guide the work that we're doing. That is being built in collaboration with an ongoing opioid coalition that the county has had in place for about 6.5 years in total. That's sort of a foundational group that will help sort of craft and make sure that we're implementing that needs assessment in a robust way. Additionally, the language or the guiding questions in that needs assessment is being shaped by an internal working group, and that includes myself and Pro Tem Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Pardon me. And we elevated in that process to ensure that we had community organizations working on the ground directly with individuals at that small table to help really guide the overarching principles involved in the needs assessment. So, and then lastly, to the specific request in front of us, so that needs assessment is one of them. The other is to help cover costs for drug testing for people already interfacing with the criminal justice system. This is a barrier that sometimes can cause people to then violate parole and end up back incarcerated. This helps people to stay on track with probation and remain out of incarceration. And then the last item is the scanner. And the intention there, it was elevated from our law enforcement partners that they have, drugs come into the jail. It's not an enforcement issue, but a harm reduction issue. They want to keep people from bringing substances into the jail that create the opportunity for overdoses to occur, so that folks that have substances that are within their body system can be monitored and treated. And this is the first initial investment. We're spending a few $100,000 here out of at least a $12 million bucket of funding. But we will be elevating, I'm sure Vice Chair Pro Tem can articulate the same thing. People working directly on the ground are a priority for me, and I'll be advocating that with this board as we allocate the rest of those funds, because getting it right to the people and to the folks that they trust to get them, disconnected from opioid harm, that's the priority. So I thank you for letting me have the opportunity just to speak to that. And I don't know if Deputy Warner has anything else that she thinks needs to be added. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll let commissioners go first. If you got something to add. Okay. Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. My thing in this blue folder says this was moved to the next meeting. Is that now?
That
not
we're
correct?
trying to figure out how that got in there, but that's just the positions that got moved to the next meeting, not the three not the 3 capital purchases.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Stubbs, for clarifying that so that folks could understand the importance of trying to help people before they get into trouble, but after they get in trouble, how we can try to prevent and help them get treated. Our community corrections folks are working very hard with limited amount of funding, and they need this so that they can keep people from that need help to be treated and wouldn't be hampered by the fact of the costs of having to pay for that treatment. So I think it's important that we fund these different projects as we go through, and we'll be looking at these other funding requests that we've been working on with our vice chair. I think these are appropriate. We need to get them done sooner than later so that we can try to help those people that are out there and could cause harm to others as well as themselves. Thank you. Well said.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Strebs removing this because I think from what I heard tonight, the public might have a misconception about the purpose of this equipment. And the undersheriff is here if maybe to clarify, this is not meant to be punitive. It is not, we're going to get everybody that comes into jail, we're going to try and find drugs on them so we can charge them more. It is for their safety. Some people, I'm sure you've heard and seen the stories, they ingest drugs when they know they're going to jail. And this is the purpose of this machine, is to help them and save them. And like it was alluded to, some people do smuggle drugs into jail. And that's this equipment is for safety. It's not to be punitive, to get additional charges on people. And apparently just with what maybe somebody has read, that's what the public perceives. And I do not believe that that is the reason for this piece of equipment.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. And to Commissioner DeLu's point, I guess I need some clarification as well. I know I asked a couple questions the last time we talked about this, about the scanners, but will that be additional charges towards folks that are coming in if they have ingested drugs? Or is that a way to keep the drugs out and it's being forgiven? Because that would definitely be a concern for me.
Thank you. First of all, Jim Van Dyken, Undersheriff, Kalamazoo County. I'd like to start off by thanking Commissioner Strebs and everyone else for considering this. This request is for the safety of anyone that's entering our jail. Because of laws that prohibit strip searches for someone coming in, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to find some type of opioid or narcotic or controlled substance that they've secreted either on their person or unfortunately in their body. Over the past several years that I've worked at the sheriff's office and been under sheriff, we've had several people that have died in custody because of drugs that they had hidden in their body. And the only way to detect that is for the scanner. So thank you for the first part. The second part that you asked specifically, will they be charged? We haven't even discussed that. The plan is to make sure they're alive and stay healthy at the sheriff's office and jail. The health and safety of anyone there is our main priority. I can't give you a yes or no answer, but the goal of this is to protect people and take them to the hospital if something's detected and deal with that substance in their body. It is not, the goal is not to catch more people. It's not.
But the question, so
the answer is yes, they could be.
So I need that to be a part of the discussion as we make decisions.
Sure.
To know for sure that they're not being charged if we fund this equipment. Number one. Number two, now when people are ingesting or throwing up or, secreting drugs or whatever, typically that's a charge, correct?
If there was something that could be located that was able to be tested, if something's ingested and there's no container to it and it's in the human body, it's just there. It's treated medically. If there's some type of, some people try to smuggle things in to profit or to distribute it in the jail too. I can see that part, that probably would get prosecuted. But it's a simple mistake of someone coming in. That's not the intent of this. But
So I
don't want to tell you absolutely not.
So I get arrested and I take my drugs and now we have this system in place and you don't find any drugs on my person, but now I'm going through this scanner. I go through this scanner and you see the drugs in my belly. Am I going to be charged for that? Or is it, we need to get your health and safety in check so that this is not the punitive part of it? Because federally, if I'm in the airport and I do that, I'm going to jail and I have charges. So I need clarity on if we pass this, because then that's additional charges. And we already know what,
sure,
most of the time, what types of folks are getting those charges.
Absolutely.
Okay,
So the immediate option is to take them to the hospital immediately. Now, if then we've had people that have brought things in intentionally to distribute inside. I cannot tell you that would not pass. That would just be a free pass to do that. I would give you the idea that if it was a personal use amount that someone's just made a mistake and secreted it on them, that's not the point of this. I hope that answers your question I want to be able to give myself a little leeway. I want to give myself a little leeway if some type of exceptional thing happens and not to mislead anyone. Thank you.
And I can help add maybe a little bit. It would be up to the prosecutor's discretion
Absolutely.
of charging.
Right. And
you would have to have evidence of which means that they would use some sort of container.
And there's certain protocol too. When you secure that, most laboratories don't want to test something that's been inside a human body. So most of the time, that's just going to be seized as evidence and or discarded. And then the case could be drawn to the prosecutor's office for review, and then the prosecutor makes the final decision on that. I would like to say that 99% of the time, this is going to be nothing. 1% of the time, if someone's bringing something in and conspiring to do that, then I would say absolutely they should be charged with that. But that's going to be so rare that I doubt it would ever happen.
Commissioner Streps.
Thank you. And this is an additional question for Under Sheriff. If an individual has, they've come in contact with law enforcement, they've ingested their drugs to try to conceal that it's a personal use or more than is safe, and that risk of overdose then increases. We talked a lot in our internal working group about how folks either under the influence or potentially facing withdrawal, it's rare for them to articulate, I'm going to suffer major withdrawal shortly, or I just ingested a large amount, my health is at risk. Can the scanner detect that amount in their digestive tract, or is it really only going to be able to detect items within a container?
It's going to detect an item within the container itself. I recently, last week, went with the sheriff to Grand Rapids to the National Sheriff's Association. They had a humongous vendor event there. The manufacturer of the equipment they were asking to purchase. I received a demonstration of that. Went over that with the owner of the company and showed me examples of what things look like that they've seen in the past. It's similar to that of an airport scanner. When you raise your arms up and it scans like this, it's almost identical to that, but the design of it is different. If someone swallows a powder-based substance, there's no way on earth that anyone's going to tell that. It has to be an object, a vessel that contains that powder that most likely has either been swallowed or inserted in another area of the body. So it's going to be something that, this is going to do someone extreme harm if it's not taken out of their system. And it's also embarrassing for someone to come out and say that they have that. And this would be an easier way to say, okay, we know what's there. Let's go get this fixed. Let's go get this treated medically.
Yeah. So if the circumstance, the value of this scanner is indeed only when there are substances within a container, that may therefore then be defined as smuggling for distribution.
That would again be, it would have to, there's more to it than that. When someone has brought something in to distribute within the jail, it happens very rarely. I've worked for the sheriff's office in the county for 31 years. I've overseen the department for the last 5.5 for the sheriff. That is something that is extremely rare, but it could happen. It literally could happen. And I don't want to sit here and lie to you and say that one time that we somehow determined there's a criminal enterprise in the jail and it got detected through a body scanner. Yes, that could be prosecuted or a warrant. But the concept of this is that's not really reality. It's just something that's out there that has happened and it needs to be addressed. So I'm not going to mislead anyone about that. It could, but I don't want it to.
Commissioner Morales?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Under Sheriff. And so, Chair, when you mentioned, it's up to the prosecutor doesn't get it unless they report it. So that's what I'm talking about. Like, if it comes, you actually have to give that information to the prosecutor. So if you find this substance, my ask is to go back to your colleagues. If we find this, are we discarding it and not pushing it towards the prosecutor? Because how do you charge someone and say, oh, Morales came in and she swallowed with the intent to distribute? How do you put that on somebody?
It's next to impossible.
Okay, so the question is that I need some clarification on. If I come in and this scanner detects drugs on me, how are we proceeding with that on a punitive level? Is that just we're discarding it, for everyone's safety, or are we trying to punish this person coming in, especially if you have habitual offenders that have felony charges in the past and you're looking at that history? Could that bias be, you know what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I know we're talking about opioid money, and we're talking about the detection of something that could be a narcotic or opioid brought in, but this also detects weapons and a multitude of other things that could be harmful, not just that. So this is one piece of that for the overall safety of the screening of an inmate that comes into jail. So until something happens, I'm going to tell you that the intent of this is not to prosecute or jam anyone up on another case that needs treatment. But if they're not scanned and they die, they can't be treated. That's the point of it. And I'm not trying to, I understand the community's input here. I listened to them. I listened to every word they said. That makes sense. But I can't stand up here and give you an exact answer in every single case other than what the intent is. And as on behalf of the sheriff, I oversee what he wants and I oversee what the board wants. And that's what I would intend to do with that. We don't want to prosecute anyone, but there is a slight possibility it could happen. That's the best answer I can give you.
Commissioner Stubbs.
This question is for Deputy Administrator. So our allocations, we have a threshold, and thank you, Under Sheriff, for taking those questions. We have a threshold in the amount of these opioid settlement funds that can be used for purposes other than prevention, harm reduction, and treatment. And that threshold is a 15% threshold. I'm wondering, as we're talking through with Under Sheriff, the frequency in which containers, because that's all they'll be able to detect, versus the other applications of the scanner, which would be used to detect weaponry, et cetera. Are we able to justify that this expense meets the threshold as prevention, intervention, and treatment? Or may this be better allocated as a capital improvement item because the true purpose of the equipment is otherwise? Can you speak to that?
I could speak partially to that. With the settlements, all of them have a different percentage. So the strictest one is 14.5% can be for non-opioid remediation. The board hasn't decided really what they're going to do with the funding. We are waiting for the needs assessment. Part of that decision that's going to need to be made by the board is, on an annual basis, what's the budget we want to put forward. I think part of that decision also with administration is looking at, what percentage of non-opioid remediation expenses we would like to allocate. Do we want to allocate all the way up to the 14.5% or 15%, depending on the settlement? So I think a lot of those are still questions to be answered by the board. As far as does this meet the qualifications, just speaking to, in some ways, the boat is being built as we go along. We're waiting from the Michigan Association of Counties. They're going to be putting out metrics and evaluations. So that way
counties can look at, we have the Exhibit E, which is in a lot of the settlement agreements of what type of expenses qualify for opioid remediation. But as far as the metrics and how we're going to evaluate and the outputs and the outcomes associated to that, we're still waiting on that information. They're hoping that we'll have that information or those tools, I should say, that tool and that resource to be decided if our county would like to utilize that. That is to be forthcoming sometime this summer is the last update that I received. As far as looking at Exhibit E, that is a pretty in-depth document. It's about 15 pages long. They have two different types of categories. We have our core strategies that really do focus in on all of them outline the treatment, harm reduction, and prevention. But you do have your core strategies, which is part A, and then you have your other, which is part B. Some of these internal requests that have been presented to you would qualify, I think, under both of those as core strategies. I think that's the best that I can answer at this point in time with the information that I have regarding, I think specifically how you phrased the question of would it qualify or meet the qualification. I think that would be in some way, the board's decision on how they would like to proceed with that. But we are looking at and doing the best that we can to review this 15-page document as we're looking at things. With the bulk of the funding still being left for after the community needs assessment coming in to look at how does the Board of Commissioners really want to look at that and what budget do they want to set and what kind of tools and metrics they want to have going forward with it as well.
Any other commissioners? Well, I'll speak last on this. When I first heard about the request, I was a little bit skeptical of spending that amount of money for a machine that, what's the need? How often does it happen? And it's primarily part of its focus is also for weapons and for other things. There's no way you're going to get something in without it being in a container and out of really for all practical purposes without it being used for distribution. So if you have a container with distribution, you then have evidence. You don't have things distributed amongst the body. So you have the evidence so that you're more likely to probably get a charge with that. That just following the logic on that. But then I thought, there's a lot of people most of the people that go in through the jail have substance abuse problems. The large majority of people that are going through there exhibit substance abuse problems. And one of the times in their lives that they're clean, that they can't get drugs is when they're in jail. And keeping it that way seems like it would help with recovery and help with the harm prevention. Was it my first choice at $200 and some thousand out of 18 million? No, but I think it is necessary. And I really appreciate the three people that came and spoke because that's what we need to be hearing as we go forward. And maybe our working group that we have right now with commissioners on it needs to be public. It needs to be a public meeting, an open meeting so that opportunities for citizens to advise the board. Corporate counsel.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to note that the coalition that's been discussed this evening regarding opioid settlement is not a body of the board or under the control of the board. It's a public forum that other entities and individuals can join. And so not subject to open meeting law. And it's not our group. We attend the group, we participate in the group, but it's not.
Do we take advice from that group?
Huh?
Do we take counsel from that group?
It's input from the community. So you can always take input from the community and from the public. It's just stakeholders meeting. It's not as if we haven't formed a committee under the board or an ad hoc committee under the board. It's not under our control. We just participate.
Okay. Well, I think it would behoove us to form an ad hoc committee under the board in order to have it be open meetings and have more community dialogue and community input. I'm not opposed to that. And it allows more citizen input in the process so we don't get to this point. I'm going to vote in favor of these three recommendations, even though, it wasn't my sole intention of that we need a body scanner at the jail and that's what we should use our opioid money for. But there's a need there, and I think it helps. And if we were just talking about $1 million or $1.5 million, there'd probably be a lot more prioritization. But we're talking about at least 12. There could be up to $20 million, $18 million. I've heard numbers thrown around. So we're going to have the opportunity to do that, but I think we need to be a little more deliberate and probably have a little more community dialogue in this process. Any other commissioners? Clerk Kern, will you please take roll?
Vice Chair Ray,
No.
Commissioner Strebs,
No.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales.
No.
6 yes, 3 no.
The motion passes. Next on the agenda is public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the board. Please give us your name and address, and you have up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'd really like to say that I'm very disappointed in your decision tonight. I think it reflects a lack of understanding of people with substance use disorder and what data shows is effective treatment for those people with substance use disorder. I believe that the Sheriff's Department wants this scanner for other reasons than just finding controlled substances in people. As the undersheriff said, this is very rare. It's going to be used for other things. Also, the Kalamazoo County Jail has never really cared about people detoxing in the jail. It happens quite frequently. In fact, someone extremely close to me was allowed to detox from alcohol in a cell by himself, where he hallucinated that he was covered with spiders and was not taken to the jail until he chewed through his wrists. So pretending that people in the jail care about people with substance use disorder is a joke, frankly. And our criminal justice system here in Kalamazoo County is not transparent at all with what they're doing. I called the Kalamazoo County Jail today. I asked 2 questions. The first question is, I wanted to know if people who were being booked into the jail had to go through a medical detector. I was told that in order to find out that information, I would have to do a FOIA request. Then the sheriff that answered the phone hung up on me. I called back. I said, I have one more question for you, and you hung up on me, so I'd like to ask it. I asked, what is the median or average amount of time that someone stays in the Kalamazoo County Jail? The reason I asked that question is because when you're looking at treatment and preventative measures, people, because of the amount of nuisance tickets that are given in the city and in the county of Kalamazoo, I'm going to bet that the time they stay in the jail is pretty short. I found some data from 2020, which I know probably isn't super accurate because that was during the pandemic, but it was 3 days for a misdemeanor and 12 days for a felony. That is not enough time to provide adequate treatment and prevention for somebody. They need to be hooked up with other agencies once they leave the jail. That is the best way to get them treatment and help. It is not to detox alone in a jail cell. I asked the sergeant who answered the phone what his name is. He did not give it to me. He transferred me to a lieutenant who asked me several times what agency I was with. I explained to him I was not asking as an agency, I was asking as a private citizen. And he again told me that I would have to do FOIA requests to get that information. So it concerns me not only.
You could wrap it.
I'll wrap it up. This is all I got to say. One of the concerns I have about this is just the lack of transparency at the Kalamazoo County Jail in general.
Thank you. Are there any other citizens wishing to address the board?
Yeah, I'd also like to express my disappointment in that vote. When I hear, people talking about, oh, the sheriff cares so much about health and safety of the people who are incarcerated in the jail. Like, I know people who have gone through extreme, withdrawal from not just illegal drugs, but prescription medications that they were prescribed that the jail did not provide to them. So like, I don't believe honestly that the jail cares so much about the health and safety of the people that they are incarcerating there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other citizens wishing to address the board? No hands are raised. Okay, that takes us into, gotta get this pages right. We're almost done. Reports of officers' bodies. I will be quick. We're looking forward to our budget time that's coming up. I know that department heads and departments and administration are already working tirelessly on it. We're going to have just a talk at the committee of the whole. We're going to have another report from our finance director on expenditures for the 6-month period of time, as well as the revenues for 6 months. And I will say that's a big one. That's when you can start to see trends. That's when you can start to see where we're probably going to end up at the end of this year, so that we can, as we're identifying 2024 revenues and expenditures, we can look at 2023 and see how close we got to those numbers. And if we can keep our carryover to a minimum amount. But Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. I don't really have much. Just want to say happy belated birthday to Kevin. He turned probably like 28 on Saturday. And then also want to invite folks to the Black Arts Festival this Saturday, Braston Park, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Thank you.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Thank you, Chair. With regards to this, I think it was important that we move ahead, and I disagree with our guests. Our criminal justice system does care about people. They care constantly because that's why they do the job they do. Do people make mistakes? Yes. Our job is to try to help them. This body has approved millions of dollars in aid to all the specialty courts that this county provides in trying to get people help, give them a second chance. And I think that people need to understand that you have to have an ability to get people into a treatment center and take care of them, but sometimes you need a tool to get them there. And I think it's important that we protect those folks that are incarcerated and provide this service so that we can get those that are coming in this way and need treatment, and those to keep those people protected that are already there. So I have to applaud you for your decision and moving ahead to try to keep those people safe. We also have many people in our community corrections department that need this help so that they can continue to try to do better and get off the substances and make sure that the community is protected, because we have to protect more than 270,000 people that live here and work and come here through our community. So it's important that we use every tool we can to keep our people safe. With that being said, again, please, when you see the military people, our police, our fire, our ambulance folks, please tell them thanks for what they're doing. It doesn't hurt. We need to take care of our maintenance people that take care of our buildings and stuff. They're the backbone of this community. Our public works people, our road departments, all those folks are working hard to keep us safe. And I hope that we acknowledge that what they're doing is an important factor here. I was at the emergency management meeting today, and we discussed the issue of basically what we need to do for NIMS and and the other tools that we use when we have a major emergency. They've happened to this county many times. We had a tornado that came right down through here, killed 5 of our citizens, injured several more. We had tornadoes out in my neck of the woods, destroyed part of the town, straight line winds, oil spills, major traffic accident, worst traffic accident in this country, not in the state, in the country. 190 some cars out on I-94 where we only lost 1 person, but we had 22 people injured. And thousands of dollars in property damage and several days that the highway was totally closed and we had to reroute traffic. All that takes time and manpower, so we want to try to protect people. But take a minute to thank those people that are out there every day working to keep us safe and trying to make a good quality of life here in the county. Thank you.
Administrator Catlin.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience tonight. Would certainly like to thank the commission for their hard work tonight. A lot of great decisions were made, and we do our best to keep you informed to make those decisions, and certainly intend to do so going forward, and looking forward to the budget retreat where we can share some historical analysis of finances and be able to kind of move forward. We'll have plenty of time to make decisions. July 25th is not likely where we'll make decisions on the budget yet. We'll set important priorities, but we're looking forward to those discussions going forward. Just a reminder, July 25th, 4 p.m. at the Expo Center. On a personal note, I was actually able to spend my birthday in Illinois with family, and anyway, it was a really good time. I was just there for the day on Saturday, and really, anyway, I just enjoy my family. I haven't seen them in a while, so it was good to get back home and see my mom and barbecue for the 4th of July. I always go home during the 4th of July. So anyway, so that was nice, and I appreciate the birthday wishes. Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, so the credit on the Blue Cross Blue Shield, it was $209,000 credit for pharmacy rebates that we received. So that's what that's from. And I have to give a shout out to Jean, the Deputy HR Director, and Christine, our HR Director, because I didn't even have to ask for the information. That's the kind of team that we have here at Kalamazoo County. They have our backs and we have their backs. They're constantly watching our meetings. They ensure that we have the information that we need all the time. So I have to shout them out and just thank all the employees in Kalamazoo County for looking out. The last 2 items I want to share are on the Justice Center. So 2 important pieces, and one of them I actually had a discussion with Commissioner Gisler on, which is Justice Center art, and this would be exterior building art. We are possibly looking at recommending to the board to establish an ad hoc committee on that, whereby at least probably 2 commissioners would sit on that representing the board. We envision there would be an architect representative, so it'd be Tower Pinkster. We'd likely have someone from CSM likely, and then obviously some internal department heads on that committee to try to work with likely the Kalamazoo Arts Council on drawing up a vision for what we would like to place as far as exterior art for the Justice Center. And so I can meet with board leadership on that next week and kind of determine how we want to go about that process, but it should be intriguing. As you know, the Justice Center is likely going to be major completion in September, move in October. So exterior building art will not be part of that opening of the building. It'll likely be placed sometime in spring 2024. And that's also when the opening ceremony of the building will be, just because of the cold weather and that sort of thing. We want to make sure it's nice when we have that opening ceremony, but we'd like the board to participate in the design and the selection of that art with the Arts Council likely leading that effort. And then the last topic on the Justice Center, there was an idea to construct on the north side of the property a small coffee and/or convenience shop. And so with the Justice Center bond proceeds and the project budget, there potentially could be money in there to do just that. KPEP actually inquired about it. I have spoken to the courts about it as an opportunity for individuals to be reintegrated into the community, to be contributing members of society, things of that sort. We don't have a project budget for that yet, but what the idea would be to use contingency that's left over from the project to help finance that. That's something that would not be constructed anytime soon. It would probably be something next year because we want to get through the project to ensure that we have a lot of contingency left over to do something like that. But it would be a community project and something that was brought up to our Justice Center rep and our owner's rep rather, and something we wanted to discuss with the board to see if there's any interest in that. So we think it's a good idea. The courts seem open to it as well. Anyway, we want to share that thought and we can communicate through board leadership on how to move that discussion forward if it's intriguing to the board, and happy to answer any other questions about any other topic.
Any questions from commissioners? I will just give you my initial response. This, choose my words. I believe this county has a lot of really nice buildings that we did not pay for with tax increases. I believe strongly that during this budget process, we need to invest heavily into our personnel, into our departments, into our people. We've been cutting to the bone for almost a decade now. We've got departments that are struggling to find, they need people. My vote and my sort of goal on this is I think we need to invest in people, into staff, and get back to the level of some of the other 83 counties as far as staffing levels. I think that we are understaffed in a lot of departments in the county. So that's my 2 cents. But as we go through the budget process, I completely understand that I'm one member of a 9-member board. So, you know, if I get outvoted on that, I get outvoted on that. But I just want to know that during this budget process, I'm going to be placing a very high emphasis on personnel within departments. So any other questions for commissioners or comments? Commissioner Morales.
I was like, I didn't have a question. Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it brief. So I will, Pro Temp asked us to say thanks. So thank you to all that protect and service. Thank you, Under Sheriff. July is Mental Health Awareness Month. So please check your mental. Press reset on however you see fit. I was diagnosed with something recently and it was due to stress, and it's not fun. So if you're suppressing something or something is bothering you, try to get it out and don't hold that grudge, because life is really, really, really too short. So other than that, good work tonight and happy birthday.
Commissioner Streps.
Agreed. Happy belated birthday, Kevin. Makes me so happy to hear you went and visited your mom. Thanks for the dialogue tonight. The community concerns elevated. I just lift up that we're here to fight addiction and not addicts, and we're going to move together towards hopefully that recovery-oriented system of care. And we're going to work through that, hopefully in the decision-making process that we engage. Thank you to all my colleagues and all of our staff for the great work that you do. Thank you.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Happy birthday, Kevin. Just wanted to share a piece of legislation that has been talked about for our Visitors Bureau through Discover Kalamazoo. There is going to be a pot of state money, it sounds like, to help support them and all the visitor bureaus in Michigan. So that's pretty exciting for them as they help keep everything going. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner DeLu.
Yeah, thank you. I too am concerned about what the citizens had to say tonight, but you know, it's all based on personal experience, and that was their personal experience. And I can just tell you, part of my current occupation, I spend 8 hours a week at the Kalamazoo County Jail. And my experience, I see nothing but a tremendous staff out there. They work as hard as they can and they care as much as anyone would working with these people. They're not out there just to house people. I just think they're a tremendous staff. And secondly, I too want to, this board tonight, just with these meetings, I just appreciate everybody's input, and it's been some great meetings, and Mr. Morales, appreciate you opening up like that. Makes a difference. Thank you.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by saying, I don't know how old you are, Kevin, but if you just had a birthday, I'll figure it out by a year from now. And I'll make the same statement. And I think both our chair and our vice chair pro tem were in the room when I came onto the county commission, and one of my first arrivers here was Brad Iden. And I made the comment at that time because he was 28 years old. I'm assuming you're a little older than that, but I'll make the same statement to you, Kevin. I have shoes older than you. I want to plug the Conservation District. They're going to pick up scrap tires in Vicksburg on July 13 at 9 a.m. And they're also going to pick them up in Scotts on August 8th at 3 p.m. So if you've got a bunch of tires you're ready to get rid of, give them a call. They do want to, if possible, have you phone the Conservation District and make sort of a reservation, so to speak. They had one of these earlier in the year in June, and people showed up that hadn't registered, and they had to turn some truckloads, pickup trucks and that sort of thing away because they had reached capacity on the big long haul trucks that they had engaged to pick them up. I want to remind everybody, they're in our commissioners' mailboxes tonight. The Road Commission annual report is now out, and anybody that is like me and gets their fill of online stuff, these are magnificent documents. There's more information here. It's all in color. It's really nicely done, and I salute the Road Commission for continuing to do this for those people like me that frankly, I like to be able to make marginal notes and that sort of thing. And lastly, next Monday at 8:30 at the Crew out at 3810 East Cork Street, Craig Williams will be speaking to that group. He's the director of the Kalamazoo Battle Creek International Airport. And this will be a good opportunity for anybody that's interested to show up and have him speak for an hour about the ins and outs of running an airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mazer.
I would just like to join in and say happy birthday to Kevin.
And before we adjourn, Commissioner Gissler, before they used to have to, they came with crayons and we'd have to color them in ourselves. We've gotten a little more sophisticated since then.
I thought
With
they
that,
came
we
with
are
a
adjourned.
tablet, a chisel, and you had to draw